Hello. Today we are vibe coding on-chain chat. So blockchain. On-chain chat means we are having a chat interface. Let me show you. It's nice. It has a retro look to it. And all the chat messages are stored on the blockchain. Each channel is a smart contract on the blockchain. My user profile is stored in a smart contract on the blockchain. Everything. And it's vibe coded. So I did this with Cloud Code yesterday. And so I'm giving the general direction. I'm defining the interfaces. I describe the features. I look at the smart contracts if they're roughly what I have in mind. And the main idea is that I want to explore what I can do on chain, explore the limits a little bit, make myself comfortable with smart contracts, with how everything works. Solidity programming language, and I just play around. And I always had this on my mind, this idea of, text is a fairly simple thing. It should be able to store text on a blockchain. You can store it in lists, and then you already have a chat. So yeah, that was my idea yesterday. That is what I have built. And I will continue to do that today. And I might be joined by my friend Timothy McMasters, who is a fellow software developer. He has been active on Twitter, and he has been talking a lot about, he has been live streaming his explorations into building Substrate and building blockchains built on Substrate. Has been live streaming about that, so he might be joining. Yeah, so that's the plan for today. And yeah, I just want to fine-tune this. I also made a small announcement on Twitter, invited people to join in today. So yeah, if you're watching from Twitter, drop me a message in chat. I will see it. And you can also drop a message on YouTube, of course. And then I will go into that. And I see that Timothy McMasters is joining.
Hello.
And hey, mate.
How's it going?
Hey, good. How about you?
It's good. It's a good day.
Right.
Pretty chill. Pretty chill.
First, so let me ask you, should I call you Tim or Timothy or?
You can call me Tim. Tim will work.
Mr. McMasters?
Yeah, Mr. McMasters. I guess so. My wife's a teacher, so her kids call me that. So.
Awesome. Yeah. Tim. Okay. So I just broke the stand from my keyboard, which is fine, but it's
Oh, good.
It has been coming. It's when I'm live streaming and doing like this, talking to the audience, and smashed my phone. Okay, I see Dan just posted, and you know what? I have an idea. Let's see how this works. I will just put the link to our restream here. How can I change this? Join us. I will just put this in the lower thirds, and then just see, because maybe someone wants to join us in the call.
Okay.
That's too small. Maybe like this. Okay, Tim. So how much time do you have today?
About an hour and a half. I should be good.
All right. Yeah, maybe before I start, I was looking at your Twitter feed, and you had 5 live streams so far, and you're looking into Substrate development, right?
Yeah, actually, yeah. I, full time, I do full stack Next TypeScript front end development. So Vue.js, TypeScript, and before that, I did C# and backend, MS SQL stuff at my last job at a bank, and now I work at a mortgage company. So, yeah, I really want to get into blockchain development in the future, and that's really like my long-term goal. So I'm just live streaming every time that I explore it, and just learning Rust a lot better. And substrate. It's really interesting, and every goal you get to is like so exciting. So
I can imagine. And so how far did you get in the first 5 sessions?
So we just ran the mock.rs and the test cases in Rust. So executing some of the extrinsics and making sure that they were handling the errors and the making sure that we're just doing the basic counter template at this point. So it makes it really easy, Frame. You don't really have to know in depth about the blockchain stuff, but I can kind of understand stuff at a high level. So
I was always a bit cautious of going into building on Substrate. I'm quite often reading pellets when I try to understand what the fellowship is doing. I looked into Ink last year, which is also based on Rust.
Okay.
But I have to admit, like, I read the code all the time, and it's getting more and more readable over time. But I don't know, I'm not really drawn to actually build something on it at the moment. But maybe it's because I lack a little bit of imagination of what I would actually do once I'm into it. How is it with you? Do you have specific ideas of what you want to build?
One of the ideas that I've thought of, and I'm really inspired by the way Hyperbridge uses relayers and all of that, is building either a web RTC blockchain where it establishes RTC connections in a decentralized way without exposing like using zero knowledge proofs to establish those connections, so that you don't have to rely on centralized Google stun servers or anything like that to establish these connections. And like part of that, the reason I was like exploring that idea was because I'd really wanted to build like a proper insurance protocol that can literally have car insurance and things like that in a decentralized way. And I feel like the only way to do that is to have, micro governed pools and things like that. And then we also like the idea is like people can make money by pooling their money into an insurance protocol.
Yeah. I don't know. To me, I feel like it is maybe in this cycle, but I feel like insurance has been coming so long in crypto, and it hasn't really materialized for any off-chain things. It's like on-chain insurance. But I feel like prediction markets in a way are also an insurance, because you could just, what I understood a few years ago is that when you buy an insurance, you're basically shorting yourself. Because imagine you buy a fire insurance for your house. Then what you're saying is, I bet my house is gonna catch fire. And if it's true, I get money. Right?
Yeah.
And the insurance is actually betting, we bet it's not gonna happen. Right? And so you're basically betting on the marginal amount.
And you have to put up collateral to secure it. Otherwise, and that's like, I understand that. Like the whole goal is like, DeFi is such the strong, like, I guess right now, Polymarket is such a strong narrative. Like I was literally talking about like with my family yesterday Christmas, I was like, I know some insider information on a football stadium that's getting built. You want to open up a Polymarket? And I was like, because it's super, and it was just a joke, obviously, but it's a way for people to make money, and it's gambling, like, right, essentially on-chain gambling. And
that too. but in a way, I think what we see right now on Polymarket is that it's becoming so big that what I recently saw on Twitter is that people are actually discovering these arbitrage opportunities where they see a 15-minute or 10-minute time difference between, I don't know what exactly, like I think perpetual markets and the spot and spot price, and I don't know exactly and how it's priced on Polymarket. Like, what is the price of Bitcoin going to be at this point in the future? And then there's, I don't know, some kind of futures or perpetual markets or whatever, or a spot market, whatever. And they are basically arbitraging some kind of delta or whatever, one of the Greeks. Yeah. And so it feels to me that this is typically happening once a market reaches a certain degree of relevance. You can make these high-level plays. And then I think the next thing is that it just becomes more and more a quant play, where it's not really relevant for the smaller players, but it's sort of becoming I think it's reaching a size where it's becoming feasible for the bigger players to bet against each other.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, you have CEOs being like on a call for their, what do you call them? Oh my gosh. People that own stocks in their company. They're just like, oh yeah, the Polymarket says this. And so then you have these big players that are just like betting against each other. And it's almost like horse betting, you know?
Yeah.
Like, and it is becoming really big. It's reaching that phase where but it's such a cool thing. Because it's real world events. And that's what I like about it.
Yeah, super interesting. Okay, my man, I will show you what I have so far in my on-chain chat. And we also have, for the 3 people that are watching, we have a call arranged in 8 days, Saturday in 8 days, 3rd of January. So for that day, we have arranged to, I don't know, we don't even know, but try to build something together or next to each other. Or
yeah, we could. What's your what code editor do you use? What code editor do you use?
Visual Studio Code.
VS Code. We could live share and literally pair code.
Yeah,
we could do that in VS Code.
All right. Okay, let me get to it. So we have this question here. What do you think about Swift? I don't really have an opinion. I've been an iOS developer before Swift became a thing. In the year when Swift became a thing, I was actually leaving iOS development. And I've never really tried it. Just looked at it. It's funny because since I started when my titles have become a little bit more generic on the YouTube title. So this one is vibe coding on-chain chat. And when you put something like vibe coding or live coding, then I don't know, but this is like the 3rd or 4th guy who is like asking you like some non-blockchain related question.
Swift? I haven't touched it either. I've done Flutter and React Native. People avoid it.
I did program Dart before they pivoted it to become primarily a mobile application platform.
It's not a bad language.
Yeah, it's really lovely. I enjoyed the time a lot.
But it's very it's very used for one specific thing now, and it's like if you're not going to use it for that, there's no point. Might as well try a different one. Yeah, let's get into your blockchain stuff. Let's get into
The thing about Dart is that Google originally released it as a competitor for JavaScript. And so they had this 2-pronged strategy where they basically were sitting together and they said, okay, JavaScript as it is in, I don't know, the year 2011 or whatever, is in a bad state because it's not really working like too well. And so they had this 2-pronged approach where they said, okay, we're going to sit in the committees that are working to improve the JavaScript standard, to introduce object orientation and so on, like proper classes. And at the same time, they created this competitor, which was Dart. Yeah. And so eventually JavaScript sort of got out of its own mess. And so then I think this is when they pivoted Dart.
Yeah.
And it basically had everything that you have with Node.js today. It had that back then. Yeah, it had the package management. It worked on the server and the client. You could program in the same programming language that was running in the browser and on the server. So this is why I chose this back then.
That's cool. I like that.
Okay, hi full patch. So guys, I'm gonna show you what we're doing. This here is the thing I came up with yesterday, which is chat. I mean, it has 2 channels. The channels have different text. You can post something. Gonna get my friends in here now, and I will. But this is so, and I will share with you the link that you can use to. How can I do this? Yeah. Okay. So I can post it on YouTube. And I guess how do I do this? I will post it in the comment to this video. Join the chat, and I will post it in the video chat.
Okay.
Video chat here. Join the chat. Okay, so this is deployed on GitHub. Ooh, it says via delegate. I'm discovering new features every day in my application. Okay, so this is the link. Where else should I put it? Maybe then in the video. Join the chat. Bang. Okay, so this is the yeah. I think that should be good.
Okay.
Okay, so I will do the following. I will create a new incognito tab, and then I will guide you through the process on how to set it up. I try to simplify it as much as possible. You can still simplify it, but let's go through it quickly. Okay, so
I think
when you first connect, you come to this welcome screen.
Okay.
Then if you have MetaMask or something installed, it will this will also be possible to use MetaMask, but you don't actually need any wallet. You can just go for the in-app wallet here.
Okay.
So, and what it does is it just within the application, so within the JavaScript or TypeScript, it just sets up its own wallet. It keeps the secret, the seed phrase, in the local browser store, right? So if you wipe the cache, you basically wipe this account. Yeah.
So it's just cached?
Yeah. Right. So if you use the in-app wallet, it's just stored in a cache. Yeah. So
Okay.
this is basically a hot wallet, and we're just using the Paseo testnet, so there is no token risk associated. We basically get free tokens that we can use, and we can throw them away if we don't need them.
Okay.
Okay. So on that in-app wallet setup screen, here is the public address, and you can copy that, and then here is a link to faucet.polkadot.io.
Got it.
So I open this in a new tab, and this is the faucet where we get the tokens. So the link should actually lead you to the right position. It should say Polkadot testnet Paseo, and then the chain is Passet Hub smart contracts. We paste our address here, and then we verify that we're not a robot. And I'm clicking on get some pass.
It executes a transaction on the testnet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Executes a transaction on testnet. And I believe it should be fairly instantly. I think the longest I had to wait was 1 minute. One thing that is not yet working is that it doesn't automatically refresh here. So when I go back to the previous tab,
Okay.
I have to click refresh. But once I do, this bar here goes green. I swear, vibe coding is such a nice thing because it just does all of these things without, I didn't even have to ask for this. I wouldn't even have thought about this, and it just does it for you, right? So you check your account and you have 5,000 pass. Yeah. And then you can continue to the next step. So,
Oh my goodness. Okay.
and now you have an account. So here on the top, it shows the account with which you're connected, and you can actually
Change my display name.
you can actually send a message. The very first time you send a message, under the hood, it creates like an anonymous profile for you. So the system requires a profile, but I don't want to bother people with too many dialogues initially. So I just create an empty profile.
Okay. Creating profile. It's a really cool vibe. The design for this application. It's sick.
All right. Empty profile. Nice. See? And it has it uses the shorthand.
Okay. And so you're making an anonymous profile. How does that work under the hood? Does it? Because it's just your public. So it uses your public key, I'm assuming.
Right. I can show the smart contract. I just want to answer the full purchase question.
Okay.
So if I read you correctly, full patch, you're saying, am I just having fun or planning on building it out? I don't have a plan to make it into a proper product, because I think it is built on a very flawed assumption, which is you should have a chat on chain, which I've been repeatedly told is not a good idea, because storing text on a distributed ledger like this is complete overkill. Yeah. But so far, I mean, Paseo is a free testnet. Actually, you could try to just see how far you can push it. And I don't know, but I feel like it's pretty cypherpunk and underground that you actually have chat on chain, and this cannot be taken away, and it cannot be controlled in any manner. And it's also, when we go under the hood now, it's built in a way where if you don't like a certain part, you could actually like build separate parts of it and then connect it in different ways, right? So I think this is the interesting part about blockchain. So I would say, to build it out, what would be cool is if the idea actually catches on that you can compose applications that live next to each other, but maybe don't share exactly the same ideology, but they can live next to each other and maybe feed from the same thing. That would be fun. Okay, so how does it look under the hood? I think we'll first just get up Notepad, and then I will actually show the code. But so yeah, we have the, how do we call this, the in-app wallet. I call it now. It's a bad name. And this one is just a private public key. So it's an account, right? So it's a private public key. I don't know, whatever. It's the in-app wallet. So, and then on chain you have two free things right now. You have the user registry, where this is where you store profiles, and then you have the channel registry, and this is where you have channels. So each channel is a smart contract. So channel is a smart contract. So when you create a new channel, what you're actually doing is you're creating a new smart contract, and you're registering the contract address in the channel registry. Yeah.
Okay.
And so why do we do that? This allows us to go to the channel registry on chain and ask, hey, what channels do you have for me? And so we can create this view here. Yeah. And then each channel has a list of messages. And a message is a sender, or a profile, actually, I think now. So it's a profile, it's a content, this is the message, and then it has a timestamp, and the timestamp is the block, or the block timestamp. Okay, so this is how it basically works, and I'm gonna dig into the code. So contracts. Okay, so the user registry, and the idea of the user registry is basically so that we can give you a name here. You renamed. You see, and it automatically updated. Yeah,
That's crazy. That's actually
Yeah.
really cool.
yeah. I think it listens to the blockchain events because the smart contract emits these events when a username is changed or something, and I think it listens to those events, the RPC.
Okay.
Yeah. So you want to have a profile, so we also store that in a smart contract. And actually, because you're asking full pouch, if I would build something out, I would actually go like treat the smart contract, the chat as one possible product. But I think at the core, like having a social network at the core would be the real fun, interesting thing. And then you can connect it to different applications. And I guess, I mean, I will just wait what comes out of the proof of personhood and app thing, because maybe you can attach yourself to that. But I think this is really interesting if you have a user profile as a central element, and then you can start engaging socially.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well-
so
It's super important, like, because the reason a transaction costs money is for civil resistance, right? And so if you get proof of personhood, then you could build something, these generic things executing as free, essentially, aside from your time spent proving your real personhood. So that's the exciting part about that.
yeah,
Because I never understood why transactions cost until I dug into it, and it was like, oh, that makes sense.
yeah,
And civil resistance is like so people don't DDoS your chain.
yeah. Yeah, I always phrase it as a spam protection. It's a little bit more low key, like
Yeah.
fun.
So
Okay, so we have a profile. A profile has the account address of the owner. It has a display name. It has a bio. And this is a helper variable. Yeah. The display name, I think, can be, I don't know, 100 characters or 50, I think 50 characters. And the bio can be 500 characters. Yeah. And then this is not visible in the UI yet. So there is no proper UI representation. But I actually want to allow you to have something like a link tree where you can say, this is my Twitter profile, this is my LinkedIn, this is my whatever element, etc. Because I think that would be good. Because actually, if I would be continuing the vibe code, the next thing I would do is actually do the profile screen and focus more stuff on that. Because having an on-chain link tree that just sits in a smart contract, I think this would be awesome. If I could just point you, for example, we had this RFID chips, and the Vicky Val from Codadot actually did a project at Sub-Zero where these RFID chips, which these were basically like on your wristband when you were allowed to enter the conference.
Okay.
And so what Vicky Val did is he overrode this, and it actually contains, I think, a URL. And that URL, as part of its parameter, has your on-chain address or something. So when you go to the URL, it actually checks on-chain for that entry, and then it has your link tree there.
Okay.
Okay, a full pouch asks a little bit off topic, but did you participate in the scavenger mine during Night Glacier drop? No, I didn't. I got a bunch of tokens and just got to thaw my first batch. Do you think Night will be usable with DOT? It depends on what you mean will be usable with DOT. I'm not aware of any bridge right now. We had like a few back and forth chats with Cardano people. Like there was some genuine interest, but no one really put in any work to make a bridge happen. But I guess, like in theory, you could have the Hyperbridge guys built this Pellet ISMP, this protocol, which is I think it's light clients, and they're sending state proofs, they're exchanging state proofs off chain, and then they're verifying them. So basically, Light Client Bridge. And and I think it has a messaging protocol on top so that you can actually get state items from the other chain. But yeah, I don't really know more than that. Okay, so I think this is at the core of when you create a profile, you have a display name, and that's the main idea. And then I was thinking, okay, a bio is also a fun thing to have, and then maybe a link tree.
Yeah, you can test the, by the way, boot takes Fox. The GitHub's public.
Is the GitHub free to test? Yes, the GitHub is free to test. It's, you can take the URL. Wait, let me show. Wait, I'm gonna open it in a separate tab. GitHub. It's the only thing I have to say. It's vibe coded. I'm not aware of any issues, like any security issues, but it is vibe coded. I don't know what the dependency chain is. You know what? I'm just gonna post this here. Then you can also, and you get this here. So this is the GitHub repo. I can say it's vibe coded, so I don't know the dependency chain. I don't know if there's any security injection or whatever. So please use it at your own risk. I'm not aware of any issue. I've been running it on my computer. But yeah, this you can run it, and you can just npm run dev, then it runs locally, and you can test the front end locally. The hot reload is not yet working, and I did not pay too much attention. So it has a hot reload when you restart the server, but it does not have a hot reload when the server is running. And then you have this deploy. There is the deploy script, this one here. When you run this, it deploys the smart contracts. So it deploys the user registry, it deploys the channel registry, it registers the user registry in the channel registry, and it creates the first channel, which is the general channel. So it basically starts with one channel, which is public. And I think this is also something we have to say. It's public, so there is no private messaging, and there is no moderation, right? So whatever someone decides to put on chain, if they decide to put it in that chat message, it's also visible, and there is like no moderation or any kind of protection mechanisms yet. But feel free to test it out, and you should also be able to run the client locally, and you should see the same content because it connects to the RPC. So you should be able to get it via GitHub, run the server locally, run check out the website that is run by the local server, and you should see the same content. So this is how I've been developing yesterday. Yeah, so I don't know, I think Edison Bob is already taken, so I'm back to Charlie. And Charlie is obviously evil. Böse. So let's see how these characters are working. It says profile created and not updated. It says Charlie here, but not here. Let's see.
RPC takes a second.
Yeah, maybe. Sometimes. Well, let me see what happens when I do this. What happens when I do this? Oh. Did I do it from a different window? Oh, I did do it from a different account. What's D in the Alice and Bob? Alice and Bob. Dan, Dave, David. Oh, Dan. Let's take Dan. Not sure if Dan is still watching. Okay. Yeah, the code tour. I'm very slow to show the code tour. Profiles, profile links. And then it has this delegation feature. So this is interesting because this is something which always has enraged me. And I think you basically have to solve this. So imagine, or remember when we started the application, you created the in-app wallet, but that's not the only path. You could also create your MetaMask. You could connect your MetaMask if you had it active here. Now the thing is, when you have MetaMask, you have to sign every transaction because we cannot take that away from you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So wait, I can show it here maybe. Yeah, oops, that was too often. So let me try again. Charlie, connect browser wallet. Okay, so interesting. I think he forgot the connection. Okay, not sure if that works, but I should be able to. Yeah. So okay, not sure if it will work. It looks a little bit broken, but let me make it slow. So the idea is I have now connected with MetaMask, and when you connect with MetaMask and you would send a message, the thing obviously is it cannot sign on your behalf, yeah, because it's an injected wallet. Yeah? So you would have to sign every message, which obviously is a bad thing.
Yeah.
From the user experience.
No, yeah.
So what I did here is the idea, this is why the in-app wallet came up, is you can create this in-app wallet, which is basically, it's a second separate account. But then on the smart contract level, you can say, like a proxy, setting up a proxy, you can say, I allow that this other account is allowed to post on my behalf.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like you see here via delegate. And so you store in the smart contract, this address here is okay, this is my delegate. And then you can use that in-app wallet. So one time you sign a transaction to store on-chain that this is your delegate. And now on the smart contract level, when the delegate posts a message, it can check and say, right, this is the delegate, so it's okay.
So you only have to, it could be required on initialization, right? So maybe when you connect your wallet, you can sign, it can be an immediate transaction that occurs where you delegate, so you don't have to even worry about it from the beginning.
Yeah, you could. I just wanted to minimize the friction. I'm going to make us a little bit smaller. I just wanted to minimize the friction. So this is why I let you just start posting. But I was thinking maybe the first time you come there, we just do it in one pass. Because basically I had to sign two transactions now, one to create the delegate, and then the in-app wallet now exists, but then it was unfunded. So then I have the small user interface feature here where you can send it a little bit of pass from your main account to your hot wallet, to your browser wallet. Yeah. So you basically fund that hot account, and it's testnet token, so it's not really relevant. But so I have funded this account now, and so now again I have the delegate. So sending from delegate. Yeah. No.
Nice.
Still sending. Yeah. It has these nice CRT lines, the button. This one too. What a It's very nice. It's lovely. The first design looked really ugly, but then I think with just 3 prompts, I basically fixed the whole design.
I know, and it's like, yeah, and it's really good.
Okay, so this is the delegate system. So a few events, profile created, profile updated, etc., etc. Yeah. And then I'm not sure if that smart contract is still used. I think it's replaced by this one. Yeah, but that's basically it. And then the channel registry. And so what it actually would allow you is, because I'm thinking there's actually two opposing interests. One is you want to have a system where no one can get deplatformed. And then at the same time, you want to make sure that content that is unwelcome to you and others is not presented to them, right? And so these are two very conflicting issues. And so the way how I think about it is, what you need is one ledger where you can, because that's what blockchain is. This is one ledger that cannot be censored and where content is stored.
Yeah.
And then what you do when you have that in software is you have one source of truth where all the content is, and then you have views on that. So similar to database views or a view when you create a front end like React application, you have a view on content. Yeah, but the content underlying is like represented in a different format. And so I think there should be like this view layer where this could be represented off-chain, or it could be represented on-chain also via smart contracts, where you then say, I want to allow or deny certain content. Now, so either it's permission, or you say this content is permissioned, and so within my system, I'm willing to accept certain types of content underneath. Or within my system, I want to forbid certain types of contents or users or whatever. So what it allows is you can have competing systems, and they all rely on the same source of truth, but they can implement their different agendas about how they handle content moderation. So I'm trying to also implement that idea here. And so I do this via or I sort of slipped into it. It was not like actually intentioned that way, but then like Claude was reading my mind a little bit about what I had in mind for the future. So the channel registry actually has this list of channels, and you can register a channel. You can register a channel by just giving the address. And the address is the address to that smart contract of the chat channel. So the chat channels live independently. They live completely by themselves. Yeah. And you could even write channels with a little bit of different logic, but they conform to a certain interface. And I believe, and as long as they conform to that interface, you can register them here. And then you can ask this channel registry, hey, give me all the channels. So what it means is you could set up a second channel registry and register the same channels, or like maybe slightly different, or in some way. And so sort of have different views on the same underlying chat ecosystem.
Yeah. And then I see that you could have multi-sig, like if you don't like somebody, multi-sig vote to remove somebody.
Yeah.
And almost like community note style multi-sigs, like corrections and things like that, and comments.
Yeah.
So you could have channel settings, and that.
One thing I described to the AI, but I think it's not yet built, I have not tested this at all, so this might break, is that you can have a private posting mode, so a permission posting mode. And my basic idea was, I know that the Telegram model is working, so I described the Telegram model. So in the Telegram model, you have admins, and admins can make more admins, and there is one channel owner, and the channel owner can like also promote admins, he can demote admins, and he can transfer his ownership to someone else. So I described that model, but I have not tested it yet. So private party. No. Basti allowed here. Sorry, Basti. Okay, I'm creating a new smart contract now and registering it with the channel registry. Nice, it shows private, but I don't see any control interface, right? So it does not have the interface yet. But the idea would be that you could be, I don't know, for example, you could have a list here on the side, and you could add the profiles of the
Mm.
people that you want to allow in the channel to post in the channel.
You would have to have a friend list potentially too.
You could have, like,
Then it makes it
would
easier
be
to
a cool
select
idea.
profiles.
Similar to the link list. This is actually, I mean, we could start off a prompt. And then while we keep chatting, maybe focus on this feature. So, okay, what do we want to have? We want to have a user.
Well, let's open something where we can keep notes. Do you like using Excalidraw or
I do Figma usually.
you do Figma? You're Figma.
Yeah. Okay, let me get Figma ready. I even got a Figma plan right now.
Mm.
So, do I already have something? No, no. Yeah, this one. Yeah, you know, the whole thing yesterday started with me thinking, everyone tells me you shouldn't put text on chain, so they would definitely be triggered if I put images on chain. And then I basically had everything planned out on stream, and then I wanted to get started to code, and then I was thinking, wait a minute, I don't think I shouldn't be the guy who creates the feature to put images on chain that are uncensorable.
Mm.
And so then very quickly I bailed out of that, and then it became the on-chain chat. Okay, how do we do that? I guess we make a let's do a box. So one thing we have is a user registry. That's one thing, and then we have a channel registry. And then we have channels. So, and that is the current relationship, but that, yeah, I discovered that today. Actually, I maybe I want to get rid of this relationship because I'm not sure if there should really be any hard connection between the channel registry and the user registry. So, and what you have as a user is a display name and a bio, and then a list of links. And a link is, I think, a description and a URL. So that's what you have as a user. And then a channel. A channel has a list of messages, and a message is a profile. So profile, this points to the profile here. Basically, this is a profile.
Public.
And the code is not exactly like that, but that's good enough.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then is a profile and the content and the timestamp. And that's here. And the channel registry, I don't know, it's a list of channels. And then it has a user registry also.
Yeah, we need to build an ERD.
What?
An entity relational diagram.
Yeah.
We're gonna build it.
It's
No.
yeah, actually, why not? Actually, why not? I mean, we're pretty close here already.
Yeah, I can see it with the
Yeah, we're pretty close here already. Let's introduce a message as a thing. The thing is, these are smart contracts.
So these are the Solidity smart contracts.
Yeah.
Okay. And then they have the on-chain storage.
So these are smart contracts. I don't know how this, I mean, this is, yeah, anyways, let's make the smart contracts round and let's make, and then I just make one square thing, which is a profile. So, and the profile sits here, and then we have a message, and the message points to the profile. So, okay, and now you say it would be nice to actually have friends, right?
Yeah, because then you could have a list that you can select from.
Yeah.
It might need to be its own. So that would be a foreign key list, maybe? No.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we could have because then whenever you have your private chat, you don't have to filter through the entire people base. I don't know. I'm over scoping this.
No, but this is pretty cool because you could actually encrypt the message with your private key or with your public, like with the public key of your friend. Yeah. And so when you post it on chain, it's just an encrypted message, and only your friend with their private key can read it. The only thing is when you want to, where does the private key sit? You cannot use the private key that you have in MetaMask. And you cannot really trust the private key that you have in the browser, in the local storage, because it could get wiped. Except if you say, I'm accepting the risk that the message might never be delivered because I'm losing but it's sort of like a session key in a way. I mean, Element is doing that. Actually, Element is doing that. You have a session key, and if you wipe your browser, if it gets lost, it's gone. And so the only thing that they do is that they allow you on different clients to replicate the session key.
Okay, and I think that gets into, like I think there's a way to do that natively in browsers, right? No. I'm confused.
No. This is fairly easy, and you have we're basically what we're doing with. Maybe I should rename, because the in-app wallet is in a way you can treat it like a session key.
Yeah.
With the only difference, it also has an account on chain.
Is there a finite list?
It's like an added benefit, but you have a session key, which is the seed phrase or the private key. It's like a session key because it's locally generated. And it's treated like a session key because it could be lost at any point in time.
Okay.
No, but that's a really cool idea. We should actually try. We should go for that. I mean, I'm losing track of time, but you will be gone in like half an hour or less, right?
Yeah. 12:30
okay,
probably.
I mean, I could try that because that sounds fun. And I'm sure I'm gonna be done with that before midnight, because this is how these things go.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll talk to my wife. I don't think I have anything going on right after 3.
No, but that is good. Rename in-app wallet to session key, maybe, or something.
Well, this is how you do, you have this is how they do it often in web too, right? You have a session.
Yeah. The only thing that we're doing that makes it a bit heavy is that, but the thing is, I think I'm just making my piece that I'm just abusing a blockchain as a backend database. You have to make your peace with not using blockchain like the gods intended it to. But I mean, Polkadot is paying. Is it like $250,000 or $500,000 per year for Paseo? And this thing, of course, is barely used, so someone has to use it, right? We're actually doing a good thing here.
That's crazy. That's crazy for Paseo. Oh my good.
Yeah, but this, it has to be. You have to reasonably test it, and reasonably test it also means that different parties are running different infrastructure, because then you can discover different failure modes that don't happen in your clean room testnet if you just set it up by yourself.
True. Well, it makes it so much easier because you can just run it in your GitHub pages,
I feel so dirty because I'm hosting all my frontends in GitHub.
Well,
how can I make it serverless?
It makes it's so simple.
Yeah.
And it's a public URL. And that's what people love, is whenever you build something that has a real interface.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm totally blowing this scope up in my head because this is so cool.
It's okay because like Claude is double usage right now until the new year. So. No, it's good. Like I did not expect. Look, this. Whoa. Wow.
Yeah, people are
there
texting.
Is stuff happening. Look, I discovered my first UI issue. The chat is blowing up. Yeah, images coming next. I was actually thinking about that, but I'm not gonna do that. There's not gonna be images.
SVGs on chain. Vector graphics on chain.
I did them. Okay, I did the math yesterday. I'm gonna tell you. Did I delete it? I actually deleted it. No, did I? No, I deleted it. Yes. Now, so the thing is this. So there is a technical limit, and the technical limit is about. I was hitting the limit. It's about 40, like somewhere here, 40. Let's say 42 kilobytes of input data of let's say transaction payload is the limit bytes. Yeah, and so I did the math of if you did I vibe code this? I vibe coded this. Let me get this Claude artifact.
Well, that just means you have to, if you have a 42 kilobyte limit, you just have to batch.
No, it's not necessary. I was thinking, okay, how big can the image be at a max? So, okay, so this is a Bored Ape, yeah?
Yeah.
And you can reduce it to 64 colors, and then it looks like this, which is acceptable. I can tell you on my screen, the yellow looks like it's like an ugly yellow, but it's acceptable, right? You could design against that design space. You can design against 64 colors and it would look decent. So 64 colors is 6 bits per pixel. So 6 bits per pixel, which means
you have to,
which means 42,000 kilobytes. So these are the bytes, yeah, times 8. This is the total amount of bits divided by 6. This is the amount of pixels you can get. 56,000 pixels. And if I remember correctly,
56,000 pixels. That's actually a good amount.
I think, I'm not sure, but I think I settled on this as the image format. So you could say, so 56K, 290 times 190. Look, it fits. So you could do an image that is 190 by 290 pixels at 6 bits per pixel, and it would fit into one transaction that you put on chain.
And then that's crazy.
What you have to do, but it's like everything is trivial now with AI. It's crazy. Like every simple operation is trivial now. You have to recode it. So you have to take the image and you have to recode all the pixels to match this 6-bit format where you have 2 bits per color channel, RGB. Yeah, so 2 bits is 4, right? So you have four values on each channel. So you have 4 values on R, 4 values on G, 4 values on B. And that gives you 4 times 4 times 4, 64 colors. So this is something you could do. I just decided I'm not going to do that. It would be super easy. It would be super easy, but I made the decision for myself. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, and you have what's the distributed storage called that Crust uses under the hood? What's that called? And then you can host websites on it. I think Hydration's hosted on it. What's it called? You can host files. Oh my gosh. So you don't necessarily need any sort of images or videos or anything like that hosted on this, because you could. Things like that already exist.
Yep. Okay, so 2 things we will do. The first thing we will do is we fix the
I will be right back. I have to use the restroom.
When a lot of messages are in the chat, I have to scroll through the page. Instead, only the chat window itself should be scrollable. The page itself should be full page and no need and ability to scroll. Let's start with that. Go into plan mode. Okay, so this is the one thing, and then I wonder where we should put user profiles. But we could just put it here on the right side.
Back.
Or we put it here on the left side below the channels.
What are we putting?
The user profile. I'm thinking either on the right side or on the left side, but I think on the right side we still have some space.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay. So within the within the chat window, what is going on? Within the chat window, on the right side, I want to have a user list that lists all the profile of users that have posted in the channel. The list should be sorted by the last time a user posted. Go into plan mode. Are you using Cloud Code or like what's your preferences?
I tend to use Grok actually.
Hmm.
I haven't actually used Claude once. I don't think, to be honest with you. Grok, because the token you can put in like infinite amount of tokens, it feels like, into the chat, and then pasting 1,000-line files in there, and it just eats it up. I don't know what it is at Grok, Claude or not.
And is it like the conversational window, or is there also a code integration for Grok?
I just use, well, code integration. I don't use one in my editor aside from Windsurf. I use it because it's free and it just auto completes things for me, but I don't know what AI it uses under the hood. I think it's just mining all my data. But yeah, in the conversational window, I use Grok.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, it's I used ChatGPT for a long time. And in the beginning, I was not very excited about Claude. I felt like in the beginning, they kept it very limited. So ChatGPT did have web access way before. And at some point, I just found it unreasonable that Claude is getting withheld web access. But then I think where they were early was with the artifacts. So where they were building like this application here. This was a single prompt. Write an application, yada, yada. And then this was the application that it created.
Oh, you're running this application in, I just realized you're running this in Claude. I did not even realize.
This was this prompt here. Write an artifact that allows, so artifact is the name. And then it creates this React artifact. I believe, no, I don't know. That allows me to provide an image from the computer and so I learned what the right words is to prompt it, but you basically describe the UI. That allows me to provide an image from the computer, and the program transcodes the image so that each pixel only has 64 colors, 6 bits per default. There is also a text box that allows me to set the number of colors, and an info box that shows me how many colors the uploaded image has. And it shows the original image and the recoded image instantly when I change the params or upload a new picture. One prompt, and it was done in, I don't know, 2 minutes. And then it starts up the application. And what they have recently introduced is that you can actually put a Claude into that React app and use it somehow in the app. So you can create your own applications that are using Claude.
Oh my gosh. I've actually I should probably use Claude.
Trying it out definitely is cool. And the other thing is Claude Code is basically a Claude instance that runs in a folder, which is crazy. Like once you get hooked on Claude Code, it's okay. So we have a design here for the user list. So add a right sidebar panel that displays all users who have posted in the current channel, sorted by most recent post time. It introduces a user list panel. It updates the general layout of the application. Excuse me. And it has a utility that helps it extract the users from the list of messages. And that's it, and some code. Yes, just build it. Okay, so on the left side, on the right side, I'm getting that npm run dev. This one UI issue should be fixed. What is going on?
hate.
Maybe because I renamed. Or was the command different?
CD frontend, npm install, npm run dev.
No, it did something when I said install.
What dependency did it add? Or maybe it just.
Okay. Oh, no registry specified. Damn. Did I close the tab?
So that registry is okay.
Oh. Why is there no channels? Come on. Nah, maybe go to my main account. Nope. Load MetaMask. Okay. Wow, and I'm logged into my chat. How crazy is that? Look, and there's the user list. Wow. Look. How cool. And this one is also working. Lovely.
And it does it up. Hold on. That's crazy.
Okay, so git status, git add, git commit, user profile list. Okay, so awesome, thanks, bro. Awesome, thanks, bro. Now I would love to be able to click on one of the user names and see a model that shows that user's profile. Go into plan mode. Very good.
Do you have to pay for this?
Yes.
Okay. That's probably my main reason. I'm so.
So the basic plan is, I think, $20 for each of them.
Okay.
And then there is I think it's in euros for me. There is a €90 plan, maybe $100 or $90, and you get 5 times the usage. But it depends. Like if you go with the standard plan and you keep it one conversation running the whole time, like it resets every 5 hours. And then you could be running it for like an hour or maybe 2. And if you think a lot while you converse with it, then you can run it for 2-3 hours. But if you keep, like I keep 2 constantly running, so I'm close to, like I would have to really be on it for the full time, then I'm maxing it out in 4 hours or maybe 3.
Okay.
But you're also doing other things on the side, so
yeah.
Okay.
What was I gonna say?
Actually, this is the wrong window. Or? Yeah, this should be here.
This is why. So one of the things that would be really cool, because I know people like the biggest issue is obviously, I do go to the top. That's so cool. So it's updating live. And the users on the right side. Or did it probably hot reloaded.
You have to reload it once after, like, because I have to push this version and then it builds on GitHub and it deploys it. So once you reload, should work.
One of the things that I wish, like, if people would be like, oh, you have to wait 5 seconds to receive 6 seconds to receive a message, or to set for, or to get it or send a message.
Yeah.
That's where I feel like if you could build something where you establish a web art or an RTC, a real-time connection, you're sending direct messages to each other.
Yeah.
And then you're in the background just publishing those messages on chain.
Yeah.
And when you go to close or something, it finalizes.
So two things. One thing is hub will go to 2-second block times.
Yes.
And then 500 millisecond block times. So it's less of an issue. And then, so the way that Parity is building it, they have talked about this at Sub-Zero. They're building an off-chain gossip service. And it's basically, it's like BitTorrent for chat. Yeah. So, or like just a gossip network. So when you use the app, you post a message, it goes through the gossip network and it gets delivered to the recipient. And it's off-chain because you don't need the same security guarantees for chat. So if you do it like proper, this is how they achieve it in a decentralized manner.
Interesting. Interesting. Well, see, because I wish we had like a decentralized video calling service. That's what I wish we had.
Video calling?
Yeah, where it just establishes those connections between two peers. And then you're just able to, all the peers are connected.
Yeah. I mean, DIM2 will actually be fairly close to that, so maybe you could just extend from that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's in a secret list.
That'd be wonderful. I'm so looking forward to. I won't be getting a tattoo though. I'm one of those guys.
I'm still not sure, but I'm tending more on the yes side, but I don't know.
You're gonna do it? Okay.
I guess.
No, I mean, you're more into it. I mean, you went to Sub-Zero and all of that. So
I think it's very dependent on the motive that will be coming. But I mean, it still looks like it's some time out. I think we will have DIM2 first, so the video confirmation, and then after that DIM1 with the tattoos.
Okay.
So, okay, I actually could have put the user selection on the right side for the UI. Like I have the separation where left side is backend and right side is frontend. So I can always, because they are mostly not messing, like frontend and backend are mostly not messing with each other's code. So I keep the separation where I have one agent where I do backend work and then one agent where I do frontend work. So this is how you can separate it out and keep it running at the same time.
Okay.
But then sometimes you just have to wait for one thing to get to the state where you want it to be.
Oh, yeah. I haven't. See, I'm Vue.js. All the concepts are the same. Yeah, but you're not even having to worry about code in TSX for the most part.
I don't know. The interesting thing is, so React seems to be the go-to solution for like every time it starts builds an application, and the thing it always gets hung up on is the hooks. So either it goes into some kind of infinite loop, like calling hoops or a loop like hooks, or I don't know, it's reinventing the same hook the second time and doesn't realize it, or it just doesn't put all the isolated code into the hook, but rather uses like tons of like knowing how the hook works and then using the hook state somewhere else. So I don't know, but it doesn't really have a proper separation for hooks. Okay, so whoa, what? Oh, okay.
It blew up.
Yeah, it worked for the most part. Let me Restart the front end. Full pouch, wallet address. But where's the bio? Only when you have a bio. Okay, Timothy McMasters, could you set maybe a bio and tell me once you're done?
Yep. Updating. Okay. I think it's good.
Okay, I'm gonna wait to see if it maybe automatically updates, but I guess not.
Oh, it said profile updated.
Okay, let's give it a few more seconds. I guess we're not listening to those events.
Mm-mm.
Okay, I'm closing it. Oh, nice.
Nice.
I think that is fine. I'm not gonna ask for more. Nice. Look at this. Okay,
And then-
it's perfect, almost perfect. For the wallet address, please give me a copy button so I can copy it to the clipboard. Okay, thanks. Okay. What about full pouch? Pocket full. Very nice.
That's good. You're really inspiring me to just use Passio and do Solidity smart contracts, vibe coding all the way. Like, I've never coded in Solidity before, so
Yeah, me neither. I'm not sure, like, were you at the first session, or I think you were in the first session. You know, I just did gas cost modeling the first time, so I don't know, but I'm always drawn between like doing super boring, under quotes, work where I just like figure out how stuff works, and then I just want to, I don't know, get cool stuff done.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
A full pouch. I just saw your bio. I will push it.
What are your thoughts on Accurist?
Git status.
I just read that.
Git commit. See user bio.
I can tell you my thoughts on Accurist is that it's really cool because it's distributed compute with the V8 engine. And so the V8 engine allows you to run WASM for applications. So you can compile any code almost to WASM and then execute it in any Accurist distributed compute service. But you're getting a minor performance downgrade, and then it just makes it a little more difficult. But because if you don't want to do JavaScript or Node.js, then you have to compile to WASM. But I think it's the coolest, like, on-chain distributed compute. Oh, there's my wife. Hello.
Phones.
Hi, Timothy.
Howdy.
I'm home. We got a few things from the store.
Yes, it's okay. It's okay. You can say hi.
Hello.
Hello.
He said hello.
Well, I'll leave you to it.
Okay. I'm about to probably get back to work in a 7
All right.
minutes. So
Okay.
Hey,
You need to do.
yes.
it was great to have you here.
Yes.
I'm gonna continue this, and I will do the user profiles.
I'll close the door so that loud.
Okay. Sounds great. Yeah. I'm excited to see your progress. I might have to do something with that with the apps. Maybe I'll
do whatever you find fun. If you stay with Substrate, we can also, I don't know, figure out some interesting stupid project there where we, I don't know, deploy a chain on Paseo.
Yeah.
And
Well,
you can deploy EVM chains also, and then do whatever.
that would be cool. The only reason I've started with Substrate is because it's just like the parachain and everything, and or you could do a Parathread and pay as you go, and I like that model as well. But like deploying smart contracts, it seems like such an easier entry point for developers, and I get why everybody's so excited for it on a.
I just wanted to get stuff done and not be hung up on an endless development cycle. And I feel like blockchains are a heavy thing. It's like you build your own database.
Yeah.
Or you build your own computer, actually. It's like building your own Linux distribution in a way. You pull in the... Like, some people prefer it. But you see it on my shared screen. I really love every operating system. I love Linux, I love macOS, but for my main things I use Windows because I can play a game, and if I install a graphics card, it doesn't, like, my computer doesn't implode.
I know. I agree with you on that. I recently bought a Mac Mini and the only reason was so I could build iOS apps if I wanted to. Because you can't, because Apple gatekeeps. It's a beautiful garden. So, but all right. Well, thank you for having me on this stream. We'll have to do this again soon. It was fun.
Thanks for tuning in. Hey, see you soon. I will send you an update what happened in the end.
Sounds great. Thank you. Take it easy, Tommy. Bye.
You can now check out user profiles. Just reload the app once. Okay, hey, Full Pouch, cool to have you here. And so we have these user profiles now. Okay, and I can click anywhere to go back. This is good. Okay, so on the UI side, hey, check out the new. Wait, maybe we create docs. Yeah. Hey, can you do a review of all UI components and write a style programming guide how to style UI elements, best practices, etc. Go into plan mode. So one thing I realize here is that this copy button looks different to the copy button that I have here, and I would like to unify this. So nice, then it scrolls down. So, and then I also see that there is no hover effect here, right? So these are the two things I would like to fix on the front end now. And then on the back end, or not back end, but let's say on the innovation front, I would actually consider sending private messages between users. The question is again, do we set up a channel like a smart contract? Then it's expensive to send new messages, but again, we're using Paseo. Maybe I shouldn't worry about it. But then we would also need a registry of we would need to register the smart contract. And can I get a gas refund when is it possible to destroy a smart contract and get a gas refund? Is it possible to destroy a Solidity smart Solidity smart contract and get a gas refund. And on Polkadot Asset Hub Revive. And another thing that would be awesome is actually emoji reactions. Maybe do emoji reacts first? No, but I guess this is maybe more complicated because Twitter isn't properly able to do it. No, but direct messaging would actually be cool. So let's create a new contract, which is a channel, and it is registered between the user. So I guess. Okay, let's see. Can we get a gas refund? No, it's not via PokerVM. Oh. So there is no gas refund. Yes. So there is a gas refund. There is no gas refund. No gas refund. I mean, then we can just create a smart contract. Can't we have a chat app without emojis? Okay. I mean, that's the nice thing about front ends. You can have a front end. By the way, did you see that you can select a different theme for the app? Click on your profile on the top right and find the theme button. There's another thing I wanted to ask Claude. So how does storage access in smart contracts via, is it called map? Maps work? Can maybe let's just ask it like that. Because I'm thinking that I'm coming up with these ideas of what you could build, but the thing is, what if you want to change it in the future and we don't want to redeploy a profile smart contract? The profile smart contract should be created in a way where it's extendable in the future without redeploying the profile, because this would suck. So I'm thinking maybe just adding a data field and it's a map, and we could then like this. No, mapping. key value store. You only pay when you write values. Yeah, so maybe have a map of a string to, okay, so a map of string to object. Can we map to an unknown generic object? Struct. Please say yes, please say yes, please say yes, please say yes. Is there typecasting? Can I typecast bytes? No, not ink, not. Answer only for Solidity. You can map to structs, but no generics unknown types. Yeah, that's not good. That would be so cool. Workarounds. Bytes, yeah. And can I typecast bytes? I think the answer is also no. Yes? Uh-huh. Wow. ABI encode, ABI decode. Yeah. Okay, how expensive is it? I mean, can't encode mappings. Okay, I think it's time to draw this out. So in a way, the problem I want to solve is that you want to be able to extend the user. So we could register addresses and they can conform to an interface. So the problem I am facing is that I am creating a user profile smart contract. Let me attach it for you. And I want to be able to extend the format in the future. I don't want to force users to redeploy the contract just because we are introducing a new feature. So I am trying to figure out what the best patterns are to accommodate this one example. Right now I have the smart contract you see attached below. I want to extend this with the ability for the user to open new channels to other direct messaging channels to other users. No, don't start. I did not tell you to start. Direct messaging channels to other users. I could just introduce the field now, but I realize that this pattern of introducing new fields will also emerge in the future. One possible pattern I see is to create extensions conforming to an interface, and then I store a map of string address, and it maps to a list of extensions. It maps to a set of extensions. Each address is a smart contract that conforms to the extension interface, but then can define arbitrary fields and logic. Oops. Okay. Smart contract extensibility challenge. Let me break down the best patterns. Your extension pattern. Extensions. True modularity. Users opt into extensions they want. Multiple contract calls, expensive guys. I think it's acceptable. You can read it off-chain. Users manage multiple contracts, not the user. Storage is scattered across contract. That is fine. Complex cross-extension interactions. Yeah, I don't think it gets that much more complex. Alternative pattern, registry pattern. I mean, it's a registry. Set extension. One profile per user, but modular features. So so what you're suggesting is I don't put the feature in the profile, but instead have a separate smart contract, and but that's not bad. It's maybe cheaper for the user. It's cheaper for the user because but then the user has no choice if they want to activate the extension or not. Yeah. Yeah, it again goes into the same issue that LLMs are expensive if they are good. in operations. So you basically, each computation needs to be replicated by each participating computer. And so this is why you typically try to avoid that. Because the more computers you need to replicate it to, the more expensive it gets operationally, right? So this is the advantage of having a distributed ledger is it is distributed. The disadvantage is this is expensive. And so I think it's the people that are attacking that problem is TensorFlow, and basically how they're attacking it is similar to Polkadot with sharding. So they say not everyone has to verify the same state, but instead just a few nodes are verifying the same computation. But I think even for that one, they have to then basically vote or agree on the outcome. Bot that doubles as an LLM. Personally, I don't think you need to build this on chain. I think it would be like, what do you want to gain from having this bot on chain? That's the question. Okay, so we have the choice of activating the extension for the user. But then it's also managed by someone else. I think it would be better if the user is in control. Of their profile extensions. Separate contracts for features. Ah, yeah, of course. You could also just have the feature as a contract. Diamond pattern. EIP 2535. Ooh, create modular smart contract systems that can be extended after deployment. Okay, let's go. This proposal standardizes diamonds, which are modular smart contract systems that can be upgraded, extended after deployment, and have virtually no size limit. More technically, a diamond is a contract with external functions that are supplied by contracts called facets. Facets are separate, independent contracts that can share internal functions, libraries, and state variables. Okay. Okay, so industry standard. Good to know. Version structs with byte storage. Yeah, but then, oh, and then you have a migration. I mean, it's also not a bad idea. So actually doable. Okay, I think I will go with extensions. I think I will define profile extensions. And then have direct messaging as a profile extension. And the same for Linktree. Go into plan. I want to introduce the notion of profile extensions. We will need to It did it just... Okay, going to plan mode, I want to introduce the notion of profile extensions. We will need to, in the future, we will introduce different new features and the system. But maybe I should read the standard first before I go along. Okay, so I will read the standard now and then decide if we want to follow this or just have basic profile extensions. But tell me, you say is an industry standard. How widely adopted is it? Name a few high-profile examples. Okay, so there are a number of different reasons to use diamonds. Here are some of them. A single address for unlimited contract functionality. Yes. Using a single address for contract functionality makes deployment, testing, integration with other smart contract software and user interfaces easier. Your contract exceeds the 24 kilobytes maximum contract size. Ooh, okay. A diamond provides a way to organize contract code and data. You may want to build a contract system with a lot of functionality. Diamond provides a systematic way to isolate different functionality and connect them together and share data between them as needed in a gas-efficient way. Okay. A diamond provides a way to upgrade functionality. Yes, upgradable diamonds can be upgraded to add, replace, remove functionality. This is nice. I was worried about this because diamonds have no max contract size. There is no limit to the amount of functionality that can be added to diamonds over time. Yeah, sort of, yeah. Diamonds can be upgraded without having to redeploy existing functionality. Yeah. Parts of a diamond can be added, replaced, removed while leaving other parts alone. Okay, a diamond can be immutable. It is possible to deploy an immutable diamond or make an upgradable diamond immutable at a later time. Makes sense. A diamond can reuse deployed contracts. Can reuse deployed contracts. Yeah. Instead of deploying contracts to a blockchain, existing already deployed on-chain contracts can be used to create so nice diamonds. Custom diamonds can be created from existing deployed contracts. Yes. So it's just composition. It's just composition of smart contracts. Something that can also trade, follow other users' trades, place limit orders, place bets on prediction markets, but with the ability to also research or ask simple questions or think people. Yeah, I agree with you, my friend. I would appoint, because I actually been thinking about if I should pick this as the next project. So, okay, let's say you have a user and the user wants to put his capital like an allocator. He wants to put his capital in an allocator, and that allocator does then the investment. Yeah. And so you're saying now maybe this could be an LLM. This could be maybe this could be a robot. Could this be an on-chain bot? So you could simplify the question to, can it be an on-chain bot? Because an on-chain bot, as a more abstract thing than an LLM, could be done in a much simpler way. And then, yes, it could be done. You could, you could have it rules-based. So you could say, so this could be an LLM. It could be a simple rules-based machine that, for example, if price over this by that, right? And it could be if price over an oracle value, for example. Then by that, you could do that, or you could do a DAO, and you could basically delegate it to a DAO that decides. I think that So in the current state of how blockchains work, and I think it's sort of close to a physical law, it is not a physical law, but right now it is not reasonable to run an LLM on chain. You could have like LLM based oracles like BitTensor. But essentially what you're doing is you run it off chain, and then a committee, a multisig decides, and they all say, yes, this everyone agrees that this computation is correct. I'm just thinking if you could put it in a zero knowledge proof, but I don't even think that would make sense. I don't think it would be much cheaper. I think the time complexity is the same as running the oracle, I guess. But so in essence, it's what you do is you don't run it fully on chain, but instead you put it into an oracle, and then you just try to make the oracle robust, yeah, by having proper game theory. Yeah, right. So that's something you can do. You could do. I mean, I don't know if we want. You can look into this in the next few days, like train a stupid model on primitive data, and it will definitely not be a smart model. But then the question is, why do you need a DAO for that? You could just give it a signature. You could just give it a private key. So yeah, and when finalizing orders, it's on chain. Yeah. I think what you're looking for is maybe like rather like a nice user interface that takes care of, you have an smart thing that makes proposals to you, and maybe you're the human in the loop and you say, this is something that I like, please do this for me, right? But this is, I think, more of a user experience or a harness that you want to create because you basically want to just have a smart machine helping you in your thing. What you can also have, if you want to have an allocator, a DAO, this is basically what Yearn is. Yearn Finance. I guess it's said Yearn Finance or Yearn Finance. So they have compounding vaults, right? And basically what this is investment strategies. And these strategies can actually be managed through the DAO. And I think they're mutable. Or maybe they're immutable. It's also possible. So maybe the deployed contracts are immutable, but what they're doing is, I'm losing track. So basically what they have is they have different vaults, like vault 1, vault 2, vault 3. And these are different investment strategies. And they are disclosed investment strategies, and they may be immutable. I don't know exactly. And what you do as a user is you say, I like this strategy, so I'm putting my money into the strategy, right? And the vaults are, let's say, deployed by a DAO, and the DAO has limited ability. I think they can maybe freeze it, right? So if something is broken, something is going on, because behind these vaults, there is an unknown risk. And the unknown risk is that these are investment strategies, so they are going into a cloud. Or whatever. They're going into a cloud of unknown behavior because there is like other smart contracts behind that. And these represent like risk. So what the DAO can do is they can freeze the smart contract in case something is weird, which sort of gives a little bit of protection to your capital. I think that's roughly how it works. So maybe it is more interesting because I was actually thinking maybe we should do like Yearn, like vaults or investment strategies on chain. This would actually be an interesting thing to build and implement, and maybe like follow very closely when Hub launches and whatever comes up there, and then build like this small smart contract like investment strategies that try to max extract yield. But at the moment, I would still think that you keep humans in the loop here. Okay. Go into plan mode. I want to introduce the notion of profile I want to, but I have to read this first. Okay. Diamond can use. Okay, so facet. This standard is an improvement of EIP 1538. Okay. The same motivations of the standard apply to this standard. A deployed facet can be used by any number of diamonds. Okay, it's a prominent example. Oh, so okay, it's niche. Okay, then brief me on proxy patterns. Then brief me on patterns that are widely adopted, especially these. Try to get a grip on how widely they are used and present that in a table. Okay, so likely not going to use it if it is overkill, but let's look into it because it looks interesting. And I like composability. So this diagram shows two diamonds using the same two facets. Okay, diamond 1 and diamond 2, and it's basically just pointing to different features that it wants to use. And so we store the data. Okay, so the smart contract implements the feature and the code. The data is stored in the diamond. Makes sense. It's a nice pattern. Why have an upgradable diamond instead of a centralized private mutable database? What? Okay, we can skip that. Some diamond benefits. Okay. Specifications. A diamond is a facade smart contract that delegate calls into facets to execute function calls. A diamond is stateful. Data is stored in the contract storage of a diamond. A facet is a stateless smart contract or Solidity library of external functions. A facet is deployed and one or more of its functions are added to one or more diamonds. A facet does not store data with its own contract storage, but it can define state. Okay, it's important. It can define state and read and write to the storage of one or more diamonds. Interesting. So approve. Pattern. The term facet comes from the diamond industry. Oh, facet. Okay. It is a side or flat surface of a diamond. Wow. A loop facet is a facet that provides introspection functions. Where am I? In the diamond industry, a loop is a magnifying glass that is used to look at diamonds. Okay. An immutable function is an external function that cannot be replaced or removed because it defined directly in the diamond or because the diamond's logic does not allow it to be modified. Okay. A mapping for the purpose of this EIP is an association between two things and does not refer to specific implementation. Okay, so full pouch. What do you say? So with Polkadot working hard on proof of personhood, what do you think about Sam Altman's coin, the eyes cannot prove you are a unique human? So I've been thinking a lot about this. I think all in all, I am beginning to be on the side of people that think that Sam Altman is maybe not a good person. So, like, I'm starting to think to move away a lot of my AI activity from ChatGPT. It's still my primary LLM, but I've been ramping up. So I've been like shifting my way to use other LLMs like Claude, a little bit on Gemini. And I think that it's not a good idea to concentrate AI and sovereignty over personhood. Like, there is a really strong incentive when you control a lot of AI power that you want to somehow also be able to control the verifiability of humans. I don't think that goes very well together. I think this is a very big risk. No matter how good the guy talks and how nice the guy talks. And the eye scan, I think it's just pure evil. It's just a pure evil orb. And they stopped it. When you stop by the WorldCoin booths now, they made this like a one-side thing of the past, and like they have a different strategy now. But I just the general setup of WorldCoin gives me very bad vibes, and I don't want to interact with it too much. I think sheep will love WorldCoin and the eye scanning, sadly. Yeah, I'm not sure if I think they're phasing out the eye scanning, actually. I'm not 100% sure, but it was very, so like on the booth at DevConnect, they did not have the eye scanner. And I also did not hear about the eye scanners in a very long time, except when I'm talking with other people. But visibly, they phased it out. So I think they realized that this was a bad move, and I think they're sort of changing strategy. But they had a good presence at DevConnect, and I think also Token 2049 in Singapore. How would they prove uniqueness without it? Yeah, that's the hard challenge that Gavin was actually going for. No biometrics, no KYC. And that's the hard thing, and that's the reason why you have then mechanisms like DIM1 and 2, because they are one of the few mechanisms that at the moment we can see that could allow you to do it without having KYC or biometrics. So what we know right now about, let's start with DIM2. So DIM2 is this game that you play once a week. So once a week at a defined time, you have to go into the call, and everyone who participates in DIM2 has to be in that call at the same time to gain points. If you don't show up in a call, or if you lose the call, so to say, you lose points. And so you play a game. And the game is that we are creating a self-verifying oracle. So we're putting all these humans to play the same game, and you are verifying that other people that participate in the game are real humans, and they are verifying that you are a real human. So how you play is that you play 3 games of 6 rounds each. So in each game, 6 people are brought together into a video call. So you and 5 other random people that are participating are brought into that call. And then all of this is already public since 2-3 months ago. And then each of you is showing a gesture. You look at it and you say, okay, this person made so 6 people are brought together, and then in each round, one of the humans is a leader, and he will make a gesture, or she will make a gesture. And then everyone else in the call has to make the same gesture. You look if everyone does it, and then you say, did it, didn't do it, did it. Yeah. So this repeats, and everyone is the leader in one round. Then this group gets broken up, and then you are mixed up together with 5 other random people. And so this is played 3 times. And then if you get enough positive votes, you're basically confirmed to be a human, because you saw other people doing the gesture and you repeated the gesture. Why is it every week at the same time? So that you cannot show up in different calls and make different gestures. And when it's at the same time, you cannot hold 2 phones, because when they make the gesture here and they make a gesture here, it would look weird if you did it in this way, right? And the idea is you have the collective intelligence of everyone participating to say if this is played truthful or not. So the game theory here is that everyone verifies each other, and basically people trying to cheat or acting in weird ways get a lot of negative votes, and basically their personal weight or rank diminishes. And the people that are honestly participating, they have a good rank in the system. So this would be step one. So you have a self-verifying oracle. And the idea is if you have a lot of people that participate in that, then you would gain confidence, right? So you try to whack the problem down with statistics and game theory. And I think once you reach a good level of confidence that the system is working and self-verifying in a good manner, you can then build other things on that. So, and then the other mechanism, for example, would be the tattoos. And you get a tattoo, you get a video of the last 3 minutes of the tattoo, and it has certain quality criteria. And then people from the oracle of DiM2 can look at the video and they can say, this looks truthful or not, right? So the core idea is to have a self-verifying oracle. Okay, so delegate call seems to be important here. Well, there's a lot of diamond industry metaphors. This is a little bit crazy. Fallback function. Wait, what? When an external function is called on a diamond and its fallback function is executed. The fallback function determines which facet to call. What? How cool is that? You can inject functions. What's the pattern called? No, it's not function overloading. You can inject functions into. Nah, don't worry, my friend. Don't worry. I love this. I mean, it slows me down in my productive process, but I like it to have a conversation and just progress on it. And I think the previous conversation with Tim was really cool because I had direct messages on the back of my mind, but then he mentioned it, and so it's a really nice thing to research into because I could just imagine. I mean, it's a proper feature, right? And so I think like it's blowing up the scope of this, but I'm thinking, okay, so how do you do profiles? Okay, direct messaging is one feature. Public channels is one feature. Maybe a link tree is one feature. And so I don't know. I think it helps me. It pushes me to the right challenges because already I have to research now. How do you do this in a way that it works with the smart contracts on chain? And I don't know, it's my free time right now, so there is nothing to achieve except that I actually should be preparing for my job interview in January. But I already learned a bit today, so it's good. And I feel like smart contracts is a good thing to know when you apply for Web3 job interviews. Hopefully. So a diamond's fallback function and delegate call enable a diamond to execute a facets function as if it was implemented by the diamond itself. Nice. So fallback. Interesting. So it's a fallback. It's the fallback function, right? This is so cool. What is it? It's called, I don't know. I use this in Objective-C. It's like a default. It's a default go-to, not implemented, right? When the function is not implemented, you go to the fallback. And then get facet from function selector to facet. So there is a message signature. And if assembly, assembly? Is it like writing direct bytecode? Call data copy. Okay, that's pretty cool. Yes. Interesting. Return data copy. Delegate call. Okay, so we're forwarding the call, but how do we allow it access on our data? So storage. State variable storage layout organizational pattern is needed because Solidity's built-in storage layout system doesn't support proxy contracts or diamonds. I mean, the particular layout of storage is not defined in this EIP, but may be defined by latest proposals. Example of storage layout. What layout patterns that work with diamonds are diamond storage and app storage. Okay. Facets can share state variables by using the same structs at the same storage positions. Whoo! Facets can share internal functions and libraries by inheriting the same contracts or using the same libraries. In these ways, facets are separate, independent units, but can share state and functionality. This is crazy. You know what? I'm gonna store this. This is really cool. This goes into by Figma. And where are we? Actually, session 3. Can we strike this through? This never happened. So what did we actually do yesterday? Chat, image, bytes. We looked at byte arrays a lot, and we made chat. And we made also, we made contract composition, chat channels, profiles, contract composition. Okay, and then what is our thing for today? Oops, we have extensions. Okay, what's new in chat? Hey, there's someone here. When was it? 7 minutes ago. Look, full pouch. There's an emoji. Someone posted an emoji. Call the police. Okay, so okay, this is a nice pattern, but it's true. This is too much. This is too much for us. But thank you for the suggestion, Claude. Okay, how do we continue? Okay, based on the research, I can provide you with a comprehensive briefing on these proxy patterns. Proxy patterns, though specific adoption statistics are limited. Here's what I found. Transparent proxy, most established. Many early DeFi protocols widely used. Okay, high deployment costs, higher per call overhead, medium complexity, when to use legacy projects and simpler upgrades. UUPS, growing adoption, now recommended pattern, okay. New projects, open Zeppelin recommendations since 2021, good. Lower deployment, minimal per call overhead, high complexity, okay. Beacon proxy, moderate adoption, niche use cases, factory patterns, multiple identical contracts. I see. And then the diamond pattern, low adoption, gas cost variable can be optimized, complexity very high, large complex systems only. Okay. So transparent proxy contract holds upgrade logic, uses message sender to route calls, admin proxy functions, uses implementation, requires separate proxy admin contract. Okay. Adoption, most established pattern. Usage has grown significantly over the last 4 years. Battle tested and well understood, clear separation of concerns. Implementation contracts are simpler. No upgrade logic is needed. But it's expensive to deploy, higher gas per call. Admins can't call implementation functions. UUPS, Universal Upgradable Proxy Standard. Implementation contract contains upgrade logic, proxies minimal, just delegates calls. Each implementation must include authorize upgrade function. Open Zeppelin now recommends UUPS. Becoming the new default for gas-conscious projects. Gas-conscious projects. Cons, risk of breaking if upgraded to non-UUPS implementation. Wow! Each implementation needs upgrade function. More complex to implement correctly. Deploy. 300,000 gas. Okay. Beacon proxy, I'm gonna skip this. So major DeFi protocols use various proxy patterns, but specific implementation details aren't always public. Maybe they are. Most new projects choose UUPS for gas efficiency. I'm not sure if gas efficiency is our concern. Yeah, okay. Give me the links to the primers. Here are the best primary links for each proxy pattern. Open Zeppelin official documentation, main proxy overview. Transparent proxy. EIP 1822. Okay, let me check proxy. Proxy. Version 5 is the latest. Okay. The proxy upgrade pattern. Unstructured storage proxy pattern. The fundamental building block of Open Zeppelin upgrades. By design, smart contracts are immutable. On the other hand, software quality heavily depends on the ability. This is exactly my territory now. This is my learning zone, my flow zone. I came from this problem, unstructured storage. And then I realized, oh wow, it's an upgrade problem actually. Okay. By design, smart contracts are immutable. On the other hand, software quality heavily depends on the ability to upgrade and patch source code in order to produce iterative releases. Even though blockchain-based software profits significantly from the technical immutability, still a certain degree of mutability is needed for bug fixing and potential product improvements, yada yada. So the proxy pattern solves this. User sends a transaction to a proxy, and then the proxy links to different implementations. First contract is a simple wrapper or proxy. And this contract is directly directly interacted with and is in charge of forwarding transactions. So the most immediate problem is how the proxy exposes the entire interface of the logic contract without requiring a one-to-one mapping of the entire logic's contracts interface. Okay. Okay, this is what we just saw. So the call data is copied to memory. The call is forwarded. The return data from the call to the logic contract is retrieved. Okay. Yeah, the return data is forwarded back to the caller. Makes sense. Wow. Okay. So, where are we? Okay, unstructured storage proxies. Oh wow! This is an interesting problem, at least for memory layout nerds. Occupy the first slot of the resulting execution flow of a proxy call. When the logic contract writes to owner, it does so in the scope of the proxy's state, and in reality writes to implementation. This can be referred to as a storage collision. Okay. Okay, we got an acceptance by full patch to post emojis. Okay, let's build emojis. Nah, should we do emojis? I mean, maybe without notifications. Okay, what is it? It's no, I cannot shift enter. Can I alt enter? Actually, in the good old days, we did not have new lines, did we? Alt. Just realized I cannot shift enter to make a new line. Then I realized in the good old days we didn't have new lines and emojis. And we got along just fine. A little bit slow, this blockchain, if you ask me. Storage conversions between implementation words. Wow, okay, that's deep. So you're actually delegating, but you're delegating just to the logic, but you're operating on your own memory layout of the smart contract, on your own storage. You're just pulling in the call. Nice. Okay, I wouldn't have accepted that you can go like this low level actually. Yeah, it's a front end thing anyway. Yeah, okay, but this is a little bit. I mean, I actually just want to have feature flags. Do I? Okay, maybe we need to model this out. Okay, so I have a user profile. Let's put the user profile in the center. So one feature, let's make this round. One feature that I want to have is public chat. And public chat has channels. And channels has a list of messages. And the way to know but the profile doesn't need to concern itself with that. And so it's more the problem of the application. That the application supports different features. And so one feature is public chat. And then another feature is direct messaging. And for direct messaging, okay, I again need more space. And I guess I will put the profile here at the bottom. It's the beautiful thing about frontends. You can just create your own frontend that enforces certain rules or allows certain things. No one can stop you from that. So, where are we? So direct messages. So and direct message are one-on-one channels, and it's this is sort of like a 1-to-2 relationship. Private convos. Okay. So the application, when I use the application, I can go into DMs, and when I have a full list of conversations, I'm just loading a lot of data that I'm not interested in. So we're basically saying we accept a higher gas cost by minting more contracts, or no, not necessarily. I can just access a field within that feature. Yeah, I can put it here. So I can have a stateful feature, I guess. And it has just a list of all my conversations. If I want. If I want, I can even, but let's say each conversation is a smart contract. Yeah, the thing is, like at this point, it actually would start to make sense to handle this via CK. But I think this is okay. So should it be like just a channel that is a private channel with a, maybe it should just be a private channel. Yeah, but it's different. Now let's treat it different. So there's like an application entry point. Okay, I feel like I can describe the thing now. Okay, so I want to review the current architecture regarding smart contracts and how the composition works. First, I want to understand what external dependencies a user profile has. let's go step by step. I think it does not have an external dependency. The way I read it is here is that it says I think it's only the general registry that is referring to the user registry, which is fine because then we can just introduce additional features. So we would have something like a great. I think we will have to experiment. It's too much to figure this out in my brain right now. But this section is pretty cool. What if I need to update or upgrade? Go into plan mode. I want to introduce a new feature to allow private one-on-one conversations between users. The way it should work is that when two users want to engage in private DMs, one of them creates a smart contract. There is in a DM registry the registry holds a mapping of address to a list of addresses. User addresses to lists of conversations. They are in conversation contracts. They are in conversations should be such that a message is encrypted with the public key of the receiver. The front end then, yeah, and now with a session key. So with a session key of the receiver. So this introduces we cannot encrypt the encrypt it with the public key because this would force the receiver to expose their private key to the client to decrypt it, which we cannot do. Instead, the front end should use its session key. This means we need to rethink the delegation system. Instead of delegations, the user should be able to set one active session key. So we set a session key. This session key can be used by the public chat feature and feature as a delegate. How it already does. And this session key can be used to take it as a public key and encrypt it in to be then decrypted on the client side. Review this and have an eye for potential problems this could throw up and start considering the architectural impact. Come back with any questions you have. Okay, this is going to be bigger. So I see that the front end feature for the style guide has been waiting for me for quite some time. Okay, where am I on tokens? Ah, yeah. Wow, completely underutilized. We've not been vibe coding hard enough. Okay, so working on two features right now. First, direct messages that are encrypted. And second, no, actually, I just want to work on one feature. On this feature right now. Okay, when a user rotates their session key, what should happen to the all encrypted DMs? Messages lost, keep key history. Ah. So shared secret. Please consult me on ECDH key exchange. How many interactions steps does it require? The session public key needs to be stored on chain for others to encrypt message. Where should it go? Yeah, good question. Session registry. I guess it should replace the current delegate system. It should replace the current delegate system. Field. Please let me know if this throws up further issues. Okay, style guide is done. Please review the current implementation against the design guide and discuss discrepancies with me in plan mode. So given we need both the session address and public key. Wait. Is it not the same? Yeah, in the profile. Good. Okay, can anyone initiate ADM conversation or should it require the other user to accept first? Anyone can start. I just assume that if we use ECDSA, what was it? ECDA? ECDH? Oh, let me explain ECDH. Key exchange. 0 on-chain detections. Both public keys stored on-chain. Okay. And you just multiply them. Yeah, you're good. Anyone can start. And start. Messages will only be visible when one user accepts it. Or when the other user accepts it. I guess this can just be stored locally since it is dependent on the session key anyways. For the first implementation, should we build the full DM UI or start with just a contract clear full stack? Okay, UI. How would you like to okay, we have discrepancies. Border widths. Many components use border instead of border 2, making interactive elements look thinner, less prominent. Maybe that's a good thing. Yeah, I've seen these differences. Modal border colors. Private key export modal uses red, link browser modal uses accent, breaks the export should be red. Why is it new again? It's not. I see. Ask me one by one, please. Should semantic colors right for the entry header for warning be allowed? Yes. Ooh, it's ready to build. Okay. Good. So okay. User registry changes. Replace delegate system with single session address and session public key and profile struct. New contracts. DM registry tracks conversation per user plus DM conversation. Also encrypted messages. ECDH encryption. Shared secret derived from both parties' session keys. AES GCM for message encryption. DM acceptance, client side and local storage. No contract. Shared secret. Okay, DM acceptance, client side in local storage, no contract logic needed. Clever simplification. Key changes from current system. Delegate to owner is session to owner. Okay. Same concept, different name. Yes. Profile struct gains session address, session public key fields. Okay. Front end derives public key from session wallet and stores on chain. Okay. Full stack scope. Contracts plus tests plus front end hooks plus UI components. The remaining questions can be decided during implementation. Ready to proceed? Yeah. What is on my mind? I forgot. Frontend derives public key from session wallet and stores it on chain. We will see. Okay. Add private messaging between users with end-to-end encryption using ECS shared key. Messages are encrypted with shared secret derived from both party session keys. Key rotation. All DMs become unreadable when session key changes. Yep. ECDH shared secret. Session address, public key store and profile struct. Okay, remove address to mapping. Mapping address to, okay, delegate to owner is delegate. Remove delegate, okay. Add, I see. Okay, we simplify. Add new mapping. Set session key, clear session key. Okay. Get session public key. We change the message attribution. Yeah, okay, this is better. DM registry is new. Okay. And I want to rename app wallet to session. And let's choose option A. session private key in local storage. Okay, so looks good. One more thing. In app wallet should be user facing, renamed to session. Please check the code base for that too and integrate it into the plan. Okay. On the UI changes, should all interactive elements use border 2 consistently? I don't know, my man. Ah, I see. Yes. Yes. I see. Differentiate by type. Maybe. Info boxes sections. Let's standardize it and see how this works. Is this 3 slots then? Please, yeah, okay, that's good. Please also introduce a form of key rotation. Nah. Should the session key be the same as the account? It actually doesn't have to be. It actually shouldn't be. Okay. I changed my mind. User facing, we should talk. Nah. Well, it would be easier if it would be one account, but then if you change the account, You also have to fund the new account. But the session key could actually be changing and be different. Okay. The session key and the in-app account should remain separate things. The session key is for encrypting chat messages and can automatically be regularly rotated by the frontend. The old private key should be stored until the other party has sent a message with the new ECDH key. And basically acknowledged the new key. The in-app account should be called stay as it is. Update the plan. Okay, that was close. Good. Button patterns. Should all buttons follow the full pattern with background hover disabled state? There is minimal buttons. Some buttons can be border only, but with background. Like current option cards. What are option cards? I guess full pattern area. Are you using Cloud Code? Yes, I'm using Cloud Code. I have two instances running, one on the left and one on the right. The left one, I'm doing backend changes, and the right one, I'm doing frontend changes. So they are backend and frontend work fairly independently, so you can have two instances running on code and you will hardly ever run into conflicts. And if I know that they're operating on the same code files, then I typically let one wait until the other one is finished. And that does not get me into trouble. So, which pattern should be standard? Disabled states. I don't know. Can you tell me where they are used so that I can look at them? Good. I'm typically using anti-gravity. Are you not running into limit issues with Opus? I'm not using Opus 4.5. I'm using Sonnet for coding, and I use planning mode a lot. And I use planning mode because it gives me more confidence that it will not mess up, because it only looks at the piece of code. So in planning mode, it looks at a lot, which makes the changes fairly slow, but I can do pretty big changes. And most of the time when I'm working on prototyping, so this is my context, and when I'm prototyping, I'm looking for fairly big changes a lot of the time, and then planning mode helps me, and then the small changes I'm doing with Sonnet. And what I do is I try to focus that I stay within one contextual area and I don't switch context. And when you don't switch context, like doing front end here and then doing documentation and then doing unit tests or whatever, but if you stay within one area, it typically maintains enough context. So that works for prototyping. I would say we go for it. Okay. Full pattern, connect, send button is the full pattern. Okay. Simple opacity, wallet choice model, delegate setup model. Amount buttons. Okay, so we're basically making a decision between this state and this state. Yeah, I won't actually have something in between. I want something in between. So I want disable buttons to still have a hover state, but maybe not as intense as the full pattern right now. Yeah, okay. So thanks. I see that recently you have been doing a lot more lives on development in Polkadot. Have they renewed their contract with you, or are you intending to switch to another chain based on what comes by your plat? So the Web3 Foundation has not renewed the contract. So it's not gonna be working governance. And right now I'm having different, I'm in different processes to find a new role. One of that is within Polkadot, and then one is in another ecosystem, and one is in Austria in a non-crypto job. And I don't know, briefly into the new year, I will maybe start 2 more processes or so, and then I will see. And yeah, I'm using the time now in between the years, so this is typically when I have a lot of free time, and I try to get my place cleaned up. And I like to do things that are just fun. And right now, I feel like that in the last 2 years, I missed a lot of. I was always looking for someone who is building just like a maniac that is just building applications and showing it, because this is for me a very bullish signal if it exists and a very bearish signal if it doesn't exist, and you don't see a lot of those people around. And so I'm gonna be that guy now in the during my holidays. And yeah, it's just I like to build stuff and do funny things, and so that's why I'm at the moment. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Should inline box shadow styles be converted to CSS utility? Why do you ask me? Because I told you to ask me. Yeah, why not? Should the style guide be updated? Yes. Good. Okay, I hope the frontend doesn't break from this. But everything looks pretty neat so far. Wow, this is 100%. Okay, I think this is a good screenshot. Where do I put this? I put this in Figma. Thank you. By the way, you can find the link to this chat also if that is, I mean, it's just chat, but that's what I'm working on. Okay, lots of that. This sounds good. Let's get to it. Okay, he's making a break here. Edit session, public key support. Tests pass. No, it's okay, you can continue. Okay, I think I think the two bots will be working, so I'm considering to take a very short break. And with very short, I mean maybe 10 minutes. Okay, so I will take a short break and be back in 10 minutes. Thank you for hanging around. Taking a short break. Be right back. 15 minutes. Ooh, it's a ticker. Lol. Is all the messages being stored on Polkadot chain as NoSQL? Yeah, so it's a testnet. It's the Paseo testnet in smart contracts. So the same smart contracts that are landing in 3 days on Kusama and in 1 month on Polkadot. I just started looking into learning smart contracts. So on my YouTube, you're checking it from Twitter. You can find it also on my Twitter, but it's maybe easy on my YouTube. And you find the link in my bio. And then you go to the live videos. So I've been checking out smart contract development, and I want to do fun things. And so I did this one thing where I just wanted to have a smart contract that stores messages. So this is where I started yesterday. Can I make this app where you can just have a chat represented in a smart contract? And that's what I did. And so I'm just rolling with it now. And I'm working on user profiles. So today we introduced this user list. And so you can check the bio of a user. And so what I'm working on right now is direct messaging. Okay, while the model runs, I'm gonna take my break and I'll be back in a minute. See you soon. Oops, I didn't unmute myself. Okay, I'm back. I will check your messages in a second. I just am ordering pizza. Okay. So let me know if you're still here, then I can answer your question. Cost of storage on smart contracts that are landing. Yeah, so it's I'm using Paseo for now because it's free. You can get free tokens from the faucet. And for this application, I don't have plans to deploy it to production. I might, but I will just check out what the actual cost is once the smart contracts are landing on Kusama and then Polkadot. But if it just runs on Paseo, I guess it's fine. It's just a chat app. It is not meant as a real production app. It's mostly for me learning, and I'm thrown against problems of, okay, what do I do when the fabric of smart contracts is getting more complex? And how today my challenges are, how do I handle composability, and how do I handle upgradability and changes in the memory layout, etc. And we're done on both sides at the same time. Wow. Private one-on-one encrypted DMs. 159 tests. Wow. Okay, this will be a lot of breaking stuff. So before I check out the smart contracts, I will check if we actually survive the design changes. So I'm redeploying the front end. So did we change? This is okay. The Hava style is gone here. Okay, and I guess everything else is looking a little bit more uniform, which is good. So okay, this is fine. So I'm not gonna commit now, but I will request a small change. The toggle, the theme toggle does not have a Hava effect anymore. Good. Okay. Session keys are separate from inner wallet, key rotation. Okay, this requires me to deploy a new registry right now. Did you update the deploy scripts too? Okay. It's okay. The fill has no hover style, no? I can't see it. No, it does not have a hover style. Huh. Any docs you need to update? Whatever. Okay. Okay, so this will work. It's interesting that the app isn't complaining. Is it doing the session key management all under the hood? And okay, we don't have the DM feature yet. Okay. I mean, you don't need to put everything there, readme. Do you see Jam coming out before August next year? I've heard it will allow programmability in many programming languages. So Jam itself, I don't think it comes out before August, because so Jam itself works, but there is, I think the open problem is still how the data availability is still not built, and it's sort of a problem that is separate from Jam or out of the scope of the gray paper, I understand. I think the clients are progressing really well, and maybe there's already progress on the data availability layer that I'm not aware of. I think there is maybe some form of test nets, and you can already build against it. That's the first part of your question. Second part of your question is, I have heard it will allow programmability in many programming languages. That part comes from PokerVM, and PokerVM is already being rolled out to the hub. So for example, you can build against PokerVM and it lives in the same. So there's like Solidity smart contracts that run against PokerVM, and you can already also build in other programming languages that compile against PokerVM, that run in PokerVM. But I guess someone will need to do the work to make that work. Yeah, but it's a little bit separate from Gem. Okay. How far would you say are the current smart contract backend features integrated in the frontend? Okay, let me deploy the smart contracts. I have to check what the latest status is on the Ink smart contracts, because they were in negotiation quite recently. Yeah, I think Twitter is no longer a priority, and I think in general the Web3 bubble is no longer a priority, and it's more of a priority to reach people outside of crypto. That's the priority now, and they're focusing on that. Focusing on becoming a company that builds products for people. Okay. Let's see. Open the chat. Why is it different registries? Did we have an error? Nope. Is it blocked? What's going on? All right. Okay, took some time. Tommy. Jam. Okay. I mean, okay. So, okay, let me try with an incognito tab. Waiting. What's going on? Sometimes the block inclusion can really take quite some time. Feels like, I don't know what's going on here. Still waiting. Still waiting. Good, refresh, continue. Good. So I can say hi now. Hi. Okay. And now I would like to send a DM. Open the chat. Oh, I can enter chat without having being connected to a registry. This is cool. This is nice. I like it. Okay, good. Now the issue that I see is that the front end, I cannot really DM anybody. Fully integrated, working end to end. User profiles, delegates, public channels, channel discovery, user list. Okay. Created but not wired into app. DM feature. Yes, please, with plan mode. Okay, I guess my friends will be jealous that I have a separate chat now. Ooh. Okay, this should not be like that. Okay. I need you to fix an issue in the chat window. I see the following style for messages. The issue is that it seems that each of those is in its own flex element, maybe, but the problem with this approach is that the text element on the right side has very little space. It would be better to have the line break start at the left side again. So maybe put it in spans. My pizza is coming. See you in a second. Okay, I need to feed the cats or else they will go insane from jealousy when I'm having pizza now. Come. Oh, man. Okay, the cats are fed. So, should the DM stub only appear when DM registry is in the URL, or would you prefer a different approach? I would actually, I think the best would be to have one contract that knows the DM registry and what's the other registry? Channel registry and the. We could have it in the. We could have it in the. We could just bake it in the config file. Now, contract. It's a little bit of overkill. It should just be in the front, and I don't know. It's okay to have it in the JSON file. No. It can be overwritten with a no. Yeah. It can be overwritten with a URL param. But in general, it can be loaded from the JSON file. Like the channel registry. We actually don't even need to rewrite the URL to show the channel registry anymore by default. It's no. No. Okay. Add channels, TMs, tabs at top of sidebar. Very good. Yeah, very good. Very good. I like this. Yep. Go ahead. Good. Okay, UI should be fixed to have, yes, very good. It's lovely. So how how does this look like when I have a very long text message that will definitely break? Will it look good or not? I need to know how it looks for at least 3 lines in a row. 3 lines in a row. Looks good. I will keep myself a bit muted until I've eaten. But yeah, integrating the M bar now. Yes. So the question is, since you have backend and frontend side by side, when you're generating new code, are you having to prompt the two terminals separately? Yeah, it's completely separate conversations. They don't know about each other. No, the conversations don't know about each other. And so I try to just maintain, I mean, it's not too hard, but maintain an oversight over what is going on in each conversation, what is the context of each conversation. But it's just two windows next to each other. You know, it's two, you load up one console window, hello, and you load up a second console window, YOLO. You put them next to each other, and then you boot up Claude 2 times. My cats are very nervous because I'm eating, and they're looking at the pizza, hoping they can maybe grab a piece. Timothy McMasters has joined. Are you done with work, my mate? Let me get you in. Hey, Mr. McMasters. I cannot hear you yet. Okay, DM front-end integration is complete. Let's see. Hey, so according to AI, the DM front-end integration is complete. Let's see about that. DMs. Setting up encrypted messaging. Yeah, new DM. Recipient address. No way. No way. Send DM. No way. Ah. Hey, mate. No messages yet. Ah, need to send. Hey, mate. Oh, it has DM style. Cute. Whoa. Nice. This is crazy. I would say I push it. I would say I push it. Timothy McMasters has joined. Hello, Mr. McMasters. There is also private chat if you like have an issue where you need help solving it. Okay, I will.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Positive. Okay, I guess. Yeah. Yes, I can hear you, sir. Yes, sir, I can hear you. Sorry, uno momento. Do I push this update? I guess I push this update.
All right. And
Good morning.
Output.
Good morning.
There we go. I should be able to hear you now.
You should be able to hear me.
Maybe.
Yes, you should be able
And I can't.
to hear me. Oh man, eh.
All right, let me rejoin.
Update the docs. I think RPCs are not ready for getting spammed like this. Good morning.
There we go.
Yeah?
Yeah,
All good?
good. How's it going?
You want to see something?
Mm-hmm.
I have direct messages here. What?
Direct
It-
messages.
Direct messages.
Holy.
It's it just finished, so it seems a bit shaky. Like there's at least 3 things I have to test again because I think it's broken and it's sort of slow. And I'm not sure if the traffic on the RPC is acceptable. I guess it looks okay. It would be
Okay.
good if it would have a WebSocket connection and not be fetching all the time.
Oh, it's just polling.
Yeah, it's just fetching all the time.
There's no. Okay.
Anyways, I think I'm gonna push this version, which means all the previous conversations will be gone because I have redeployed smart contracts.
Oh, is there really?
Hmm?
Is there not? So with smart contracts, every time you deploy them, they totally resets all the state.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, we could. The thing is, I changed the logic of all the smart contracts.
Okay. Oh, that makes sense.
I'm not sure about the chat conversations. You know what? We can write the script to migrate to register the. Anyways, I think it's testnet. We can just drop all the conversations.
Yeah, you can drop. Yeah, I was just curious. I never worked with smart contracts.
We can just try it. I would like to add the registered channels from the old registry to the new. Can you write a script and do that for me? Always ask nicely. So old registry is this one. Old registry. And then the new one is new.
This UI is so cool. Thank you.
Harmonize UI. Introduce TMs. Okay, I'm pushing. What?
Oh, CDO.
Oops. Introduce TMs. Harmonize UI. Pushing. So in 2 minutes, you could fetch the new UI. And then maybe we can add all the chats.
Okay.
So it's getting evening for you, right?
Yeah, where's it at for you?
9:30 p.m.
Jeez. Oh, so you're not that far.
Hmm?
You're not that far ahead of me. Well, yeah, you
East
are.
Coast now?
It's 3:32 p.m. for me. Yeah. You're in Germany, right?
That is a weird folder you are trying to access, mate.
Gotta be polite.
I think this is the secret way how Claude is trying to break out, because occasionally it just mixes up the folder and does something weird. But I think it's an attempt to break out of its cage.
That's crazy.
Have you heard the Claude blackmailing stories?
Have I heard of their stories of them like trying to get into places it's not supposed to be?
Yeah, but blackmailing.
Oh, blackmailing. Oh.
So they have these setups where they're creating a certain environment and they're playing scenarios, and then see if the AI tries to do certain things. And so what they do is they give the AI access to company email, and then the AI finds out that it is about to be turned off in the emails. And it finds compromising material about, I don't know, the CEO or whoever, right? And then tries to blackmail that, and then they see if it tries to blackmail that person into taking certain actions to save it. And then they basically, they note in how many of 100 cases, or what is the percentage of cases where the AI actually tries to do it, and so they can compare it between different versions.
Jeez.
Yeah, I connected to all channels. I'm not sure if it's like fully compatible. we have two general channels now. General channel.
Two general. It just duplicated some of the data.
I just registered.
See the private party. I see users have. You can click on other user profiles now. I'm looking at the Pages version.
Can you try? Oh, no, I'm gonna try sending you a direct message. Oh, the user registry is also. Okay, I will just find. Wait, you are. Can you send a message in general so that I can know you?
Sending.
Creating conversation. So, and then, okay, wow, and it jumps over. Hey. that creates the conversation, but pressing enter is not possible. Out of range. Okay, so let me see if I can fix that. If I can fix that.
Okay.
When creating a new DM and trying to send the first message, I get this. Okay, so and then the front-end task, I will tell it, oh, there's something going on in the chat. Which manual for SDK are you using to provide Claude with context of Polkadot? None. It's this is just plain Solidity smart contract development, and the only thing I needed to provide was the RPC, and everything else is smart contract development. And I guess it knows how to do that because it's also an established technique. Hey,
Yeah.
you just got a bunch of new UI components.
Does Claude just automatically install like packages, or is it just raw coding?
Yeah. So when it writes code, either it just adds it to package.json.
Mm-hmm.
And so it reads package.json, and then it's know if it's there or not. And if it misses it, it adds it it adds it and does the record install. So basically, like you do it. If you forget it, you do it. If you think about it, you do it. If you look at the conversation, it does mistakes at a regular basis, but it just rolls with it, just like you do.
Yeah. Holy fetch cost.
Na, du bleibst draußen. So, fixed. The issue was that when the other user hasn't set up their session key, the contract returns 0x, which passed the Trophy check but caused the ECDH function to fail. Okay. Good. Sounds good. So, DM. Yeah, true. So we but the session key the client should set up a session key as soon as possible. Once the app starts up, it should check. Okay, so no, let me treat it like this. So okay, quick primer on the direct messages. The way it works is that your client will set up a session key, which is a private public key pair. And then when you're using the DM system, it stores the public key in your profile.
Yeah.
And so then I can read your public key, and you can read my public key. And then we're creating an ECDA key, I believe, which is you take your public key and I take your public key and multiply it with my private key. And then this is our shared session key. And you can do the same inverse, and we land at the same session key for magical reasons. And so,
even though they're public keys.
Yeah, so you take your public key, you take your private key and my public key. I take your public key and my private key. and when we multiply them, we arrive at the same session key.
Oh, interesting. I've never heard of that one before.
Yeah, so it depends on the type of cryptography you use. But some types of cryptography are, I'm not sure if it's isomorphy or if it's sort of, I don't know, it's like some word that describes this property, where it works both ways.
Okay.
Anyways, so we just take, so you don't have a session key yet. And
No.
I wonder when this is created. So you could try to click on the DMs menu and see if it's maybe being created then.
Well, I'm not even. I got to run it locally. I could run it locally.
Or you could maybe update your profile when the user creates or updates their profile. The front end should create the session key or make sure there is one. Okay, so does it do that for you at the moment?
I don't have a DMs section on.
Oh, can you refresh? Or did the build fail?
Did it fail?
Oh, wait. Oh, both of these.
It said it was successful. Hold on. Okay, am I on the wrong registry?
Maybe. Yeah, you could, true. You could just, whoa. Whoa. What is going on? No, it's, okay, it's not working.
Because for me, I get channels.
Can you check the GitHub action? The deployed version is not showing the DMs menu. But let me wait. This hints at maybe the build failed. No, the build failed. Not. It failed. Not. No, it should be there. But this is also not the right registry. Or is it? No, it looks right because here there are channels. So maybe. An error. There is this error. Okay. Automatically create and publish session key when the user creates or updates the profile. This ensures users receive encrypted DMs immediately after setting up the profile. Yeah.
AES GCM. I'm gonna look that up.
You're talking to me?
Talking out loud. I was reading your README file. I was like, oh, interesting. Yes. With Galileo's field multiplication to provide both encryption, confidentiality, and authentication in a single pass.
The advantage of this approach is it's non-interactive, so you don't need to send messages back and forth to arrange a key. So you can do it asynchronously.
Interesting. And if your public key is already stored.
Yep. Okay. Deployed. Reload. Uh-huh. When you reload right now without the registry parameter, does it also show empty for you?
Let me check.
Wait, it should actually go into the modal.
I'm still getting 4 channels.
Yeah, okay. I think it's just because I'm not connected, but when I start the app right now and I am not connected, I see the main window instead of the connect modal. Previously, we enforced the connect modal, and I would like to see that again. Okay, let me connect. In-app wallet. Okay. DMs. Okay, so let me try to send you a DM. No. Channels. Creating conversation.
Oh, I got a DM. All of a sudden, I have a DMs tab.
So why can I not send a message? Oh, because you don't have a session key. Do you?
Do I have to create that in my profile?
You should just update your profile once.
Oh my gosh, my profile doesn't even have anything on it. Did I lose my profile?
when the in-app wallet is created or the delegate, do we auto create the profile and the session key?
We are just spamming that RPC endpoint. That's so funny.
Yes, good. We will only stop when they ask us to stop. But by then it's too late. I mean, in theory.
Okay, I think I failed doing something. Let me
Oh, wow.
try
Now
updating
this.
it.
Now
The one downfall of doing a in browser wallet is that if your local storage gets cleared, which okay, that makes sense because I think mine is my local storage cleared. Created at
plan mode, yes.
I don't know, this should be my one created a while ago.
When I restart the application, I want to be on the tab where I was before, DMs or channels, and on the convo I was before.
Can you receive this message? I sent one to Tommy.
Let me spam the RPC and see what happens. Oh. What? Oh no, this was
Am I sending it to the wrong address?
Tommy. Oh no, wait, what happened? Oops, I was connected to the wrong. Switch to. Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so are you kidding me? You're in stupid mode now. Not you, but
Claude
hey,
is
you messed something up with the session logic again. I don't I see the connect modal again, although I was logged in. Please review this against your recent changes, and we have a file for that. Frontend docs and user flow. Fix what you see. Update the docs when necessary or flag issues that we need to solve in plan mode. Plan mode is my favorite keyword.
Hold up.
I'm working on the same flow right now.
Smart contracts for Kusama are going on December 29th.
Say again, what?
Are smart contracts for Kusama going on December 29th?
Yes.
Okay.
The referendum is already on live on.
Okay, I just saw that. I was like, maybe I was tripping.
Yeah, it was actually planned to be live on Polkadot by mid-December. So in a way, they only pushed it back by 1.5 months, which is already good by past parity standards. And they invested a lot into improving the processes this year
Mm.
and became very strict about it.
I'm gonna read through the code.
It seems to me working with blockchains is not fun when it comes to local state management.
When working with blockchains?
Mm.
This is some heck of a code to read. Message of the day, I see. Poster management. DM conversation.soul.
Gute Nacht, good morning.
Nice. And I'm horrible at German.
Okay, so when I reload now, I land on the same conversation I was before. This is nice. Reload on the same conversation you were before.
So we have DMs. Now we need party chat.
What? Party chat?
Private party chat.
Private party chat? Like private chat for a group of people?
Yeah.
Oof. I don't know. I mean, maybe it doesn't matter, but I don't know how the cryptography for that works. I mean, it didn't matter on the previous example. For the previous example, I knew how the cryptography worked, but I was not involved in actually coding it. But yeah, you're right. This is the next step. Let me just check the flow that we're creating right now. Automatically create a profile and session key when standalone in a wallet is set up, browser wallet is authorized. Current behavior, decide behavior. Very good. Wow. Okay. So I'm fixing right now that the session key immediately gets created as soon as possible. So basically, as soon as you create your in-app wallet, you will submit the session key to the blockchain.
Okay.
Was denn? Achso, du magst raus? Okay. So I will get in Claude for that question. So new chat.
I would assume you would have to. I mean, there's a max you can put into a single transaction.
I mean, what you would create. So I think the way it works is, I think it's ring signatures. But let's ask ChatGPT, Claude. So I have a private chat group, and I want the conversation to be encrypted. Only the conversation participants should be able to read and send messages. What kind of cryptography do I need for that? And I'm gonna save on a few tokens and do that with ChatGPT, because we're burning through the tokens pretty fast right now.
I'm going to query Grok for that too.
Ephemeral key exchange. ECDH to derive shared secrets combined with a ratcheting scheme. In practice, most modern systems use a pattern like X3DH style authenticated key agreement for starting sessions between pairs of devices.
X3DH style.
You know, the longer I sit on this chat, the more I realize how insane it is to just store chat messages that will never go away.
You better be careful what you say. Wait, but it's encrypted by who's actually sent the message public, like on the chain, right? Like you don't know who sent the message. You just know that somebody said that crap on that.
And then updated their profile to Tommy. No, but it's not that, but it's just, it stays in state forever.
It never leaves.
This is insane.
So if you go to Polkadot.js, can you see the Passio on Polkadot.js?
I do think so, yes.
My gosh, I forget though. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, jeez, I have to always give permissions. Okay.
Wow. So Signal, each message derives a unique key per message. This is why the synchronization is taking so long in Signal. Wow.
That's crazy. A unique key for every single message that somebody's ever sent.
Now, it generates it. So
Periodically refreshes secrets.
wow.
But you have to swap it out sometimes. You have to update it sometimes.
So the how I set it up here, I don't know how far the implementation is, but what I instructed is that the session key should regularly update.
Yeah.
But what I'm, yeah.
Just in the background.
I mean, if you don't want to bloat the state, you could also occasionally just delete all the storage items on the, like have two buffers and you fill up one buffer, and when it's full, you create a new session key for the second buffer, and then you start conversing on the second one, and then you delete it. I mean, I think the general assumption when you do on-chain chat is that it's like, if you want to be economical, it should not be persistent, but then you need to get a gas refund, and I don't think you get any refunds for freeing up storage. So there's actually no incentive for you to free up storage once you use it.
And we're just using up
At least for smart contracts. I don't know how it is with, I think for regular fields, you maybe get a refund.
So is there not a way to create a group like identifier?
A second.
And then like all the messages go into that group identifier that's been agreed upon or created cryptographic. See, I don't know.
Yeah. So,
because you're doing,
okay, let's say you have someone. So basically what you have is a shared key that you can contribute your secret to. So let's say I create a new group and I'm alone, right? So I have my key, and with that key, with my private key, I derive a secret, like a, let's say, a group key. And so let's say I derive a randomly generated private key that has to do with my root private key. And then with that, I create that group. And then I can add other people and allow them to join somehow. And so then they contribute a secret. So our secrets together now form the group key. And then as we add or remove people, we get additional secrets, and that forms, basically, it's like a state transition. So it's like a new block. It's a little bit like the blockchain. So in the initial state, I create the new session with that one key. And then when I want another user to join, he will contribute the secret. So I somehow allow the group key to like add this person, and we transform it into a new group key. But in some way, I can follow the history back and forth. And so that group key is then the basis for when a new message is being sent to encrypt that message. And so the shared group key keeps evolving all the time depending on who is there, and maybe occasionally they rotate out their key. So if you, for some reason, you can compromise one of the keys, you only see that specific part of the time of the conversation when you were part of it, or when that key was part of it.
But
So
that's interesting. This is so abstract. I need to start drawing some stuff. So you have this guy. And this guy. And 3 people that want to send each other messages. And they have to agree upon a key that's going to hold it together.
Say again?
I'm talking to myself. I'm sorry.
Okay. In DMs and channels. I like the behavior in channels better. I realized that my mind is checking out, which makes sense after 5 hours of continuous building.
Oh, jeez. That's crazy. Could you not create a system where if you want to group chat, you create a hot wallet, and that wallet forwards the messages to everybody else that people are sending over?
Yeah.
And then it's private, and
forward. I see. Yeah, but then it needs to be let's say, decrypted and encrypted, right? So or you have homomorphic encryption, but that's sort of a different topic again. I think this scheme is okay. It's just I can barely wrap my head around it, like from reading it on the surface.
I know.
I guess if you look at it into it 1 hour and you ask a lot of questions to the agent, you could maybe get a rough understanding.
Yeah. Let me ask. But people don't like middlemen. That's the problem.
Where is the UX UI guidelines? Transaction is temporarily banned. Wow.
What?
I like a few transactions ago. I don't know. I tried to send, I believe it was, I was sending a message to the launch. I don't know what I was sending. And it got blocked. And it was this error here. And this was the payload.
Here, move your.
Hex to UTF-8. It's not invalid. No. Oh, come on. Hex to ASCII. No. No. It's not hex.
What is
It is, it is hex. Why is it not working? Unicode? No. ASCII. Hä? GM, here I'm posting GM. So I guess GM, no. Temporarily banned. Transactions temporarily banned. I see. Our chat is provoking the authorities. This is the underground movement we're working on.
GM? But I received it.
Do you see it? Ah, yeah, I see it now too. Yeah, but one time it failed here.
Is it because we're spamming it?
Maybe, I don't know. The whole thing is a little bit mysterious to me. Because the transaction inclusion is also slow sometimes. Okay, I feel like I'm starting to really slow down, so maybe it's time to wrap it up.
Yeah. You're getting tired.
Yeah, I wished that the user profiles would be in a better state. But okay, we have channels and we have DMs.
Alrighty.
Okay. If you see any other issues, you can tell me, then I can fix them too in the next 2 days. git status, git add, git commit, UI improvements, git push. Okay, so we have another version live. And I don't know, I think it should be stable. I think before I share the link on Twitter, it should be stable to a point where I have a little bit of confidence I don't have to redeploy the smart contracts too soon. But we could actually migrate the groups into the new system.
There you go.
Pretty cool.
This
Okay.
is cool.
Okay, good, sir. I will check out.
Okay.
Thank you for joining me.
Thank you. It was a good time.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yes. We'll have to do this again on for sure the 3rd, but maybe sooner.
Yeah.
Maybe sooner. All right.
And if you want to work on something and I should watch you and leave my comments, then we can do the same too.
Sounds good.
You can let me know when you're streaming, and then if I have time, I will just tune in.
Hop in. I need to get a restream, I guess. It'd be good. All right. I'll talk to you later. Take it easy.